there we go. The microphone is on. Happy Saturday, November the 4th of 2023. Welcome on board, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. And awesome to have you all here. And of course, what we're seeing on the screen are 4 live views. 3 live camera views and 1 live earthquake map. There we go. On the Reykjanes Peninsula, there in Iceland, of course. It is nighttime. It's 2011 there, or 8:11 p.m. if you like, and that is what we are seeing, anticipating an eruption. So that is something that we're hoping for, keeping fingers crossed. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board, and we'll say hello to our moderators first. Arizona Snowman in the house, and Piggy also in the house. Welcome. And Sue is here. Welcome, also here in the house. And I haven't seen Bob yet, but he might be lurking. That's a C&D boy. And we know Yvonne Kunkel is getting some sleep right now. She's back in Jakarta, and the overnight there, and then they fly back to Germany tomorrow or today or whatever that international dateline says it is over there. That'll be in a few hours. Anyway, 16-hour flight back for her. That's a long time, a lot of flying. And so that's our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel, who will be back, and then she gets to go out to Iceland on the 15th. So that'll be really cool. Or hang on, 4 days from now. On the 5th? No, 10th? I can't remember. But she's going to Iceland anyway. Now, want to say hi to everyone else. We also have Siggy as far as moderators, and there's also Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and a few others. And we appreciate all the moderators being here. Thank you guys, and appreciate the helping hand. And I'm happy. I found my tape right where I put it, apparently. But got a box put together for Piggy, and it has 19 different items in there. I'm sure she will be happy and enjoy once I send that and she receives it and gets to play. So it's all good. We won't ruin anything. Anyway, right now apparently there is a fairly large amount of northern lights happening, and that's kind of cool there in Iceland. You can see it on the top left camera, and that is pretty awesome to see. But we're waiting for a volcano, not northern lights. Anyway, hello to everyone in the chat. And we'll get to all of you, and also welcome to the people in the Lurkers Lounge. So welcome to Henry and Linda Schoof and Layla and Lizoid, who got cookies, and Alba Girl, and Henry is here, and Mars 2028, and London Lavalout, who we haven't seen for a while. Good to have you back on board. Sharon Stewart also here. Brian Perfectibility 999 also on board. Peter Greenlees is here, Mars 2028, and Charlotte. We got Linda Schoof already. Yep, we got her going up. Grandma B is in the house. Welcome back, Grandma B. Metal Rules is also here. Welcome. And let's see, still scrolling up here. We got Lizoid. Alba Girl is here. Yep. Peter Greenlee's also on board. I know I seen Dan earlier as well. Charlotte, we got. Grandma B, we got. Okay, I'm scrolling upward here, looking for other names that I may have missed. And let's see. Yeah, there's Dan. Lucien is back. Welcome. And Kevin Williams is on board. Good to have you back. Charlotte, we got. Ken Wilson is also here. And still scrolling upward, looking for more names. Sleepy Dormouse is back. Welcome, Kevin Williams. I think I got you there. And still scrolling up, looking for more. And boy, it just keeps going and going and going. And Liz Markman-Moyler is also here. Welcome, Liz. And Oh Mummy of Hamsters is also here. Squeaky, welcome to you. And let's see, who else we got? Okay, I'm all the way as far as I can go. I don't see any other names. But if I didn't say hi to you, if I happen to miss your name, please speak up. You know, I might have missed Henry and not realized it, even though he's been here and doing his thing. You know, things like that happen. Even that Frosty username that just snuck in, grabbed a cookie, and I gave a hug and took off. I don't know. It's, I guess, a hit and run. And Andrea TGM also on board. Welcome, you guys. Glad to have you here. So, anyway, yeah, I don't know if I want to goof around here a little bit, but you know, I'm watching this, and I had bad thoughts, and for some reason, you know, and we've seen this drop before, and I certainly hope nobody will take this the wrong way, but the eruption is canceled. I'm kidding. I have no idea if it's canceled or not. Let's leave that alone. Hey, quit flashing on the screen there. Go away. All right, we're not canceling the eruption. It's just a joke, guys. We don't know what's going to happen. We do have a possibility of it simmering down, though. I still want to keep my feet on the ground and be realistic. Although the events that have taken place so far, we should be able to see some type of an eruption there in Iceland soon, and we're hoping that we see one pop out. Linda says, Dr. Fox, you're fired. Oh, that is hilarious, Linda. Oh, yeah, give me a break. I know. Where would you like it? Never mind. Into the pit. I knew that a reaction would occur. I kind of foreseen that. Anyway, no, seriously, there are all kinds of different scenarios that could play out with what we've got going on here. That magma still isn't showing its way up, and you know, we're seeing the quakes at the wrong point, and of course the slowdown in quakes is also something that we do have to look at. And we're down to, I can't remember, but somewhere around 150 for today, in comparison to what we were seeing yesterday and the day before. You know, like the 1,000 quake mark. That certainly has died down. Now, I'm hoping that that's the calm before the storm. We know that typically once the rock has been busted open, that the majority of what we see then from that point is usually a magmatic movement, and we're hoping, yeah, that it keeps going. We need the uplift and magma to move over to Fragor del Fiol. You bet there, Sue. And, you know, I don't want to sound weird here, but that is still a possibility. That is still a possibility. So lava is lurking. Yeah, I hope that lava shows its wonderful face soon, if you will. Anyway, let's pop over to a couple of these cameras and just go back during the day so we get a better idea of what we were looking at. And yes, I'm skipping Hawaii right now, so we're not going to worry about that part. But we will show Hawaii in a little bit. Anyway, this is the daytime shot panning west from Thorbjorn, and there you can see the blue lagoon over here. And what we thought was steam the other night is actually these rocks here. They were kind of glistening because of the moonlight, and that's what was causing me to think that there was movement right in here, and there in fact isn't. So this is something good to be able to point out, and we'll own up to that one. because again, it was too dark to be able to tell, right? But there's your Blue Lagoon, and we're not seeing anything smoking or puffing or doing anything in that whole area. And of course, that camera pans over a little bit more, and then you see Sritangi power station over on the side here. And again, nothing there. Dr. Fox, we will need to get the candle out today. A few weeks ago, I was concerned about the lack of earthquakes in the Himalayas, and they had a bad one in Naples today. Oh boy, there was one yesterday that we seen on the map, but we'll have a look once we get to that there, Mars, and thank you. Anyway, looking at our view, there's your power plant as the camera slowly pans over, and that's what we're seeing there. So nothing really happening, and of course we can't tell how much the ground is lifted by looking at it from here because we have no reference point. Plus we're way too far away to see 5 or 6 centimeters of lift from this point. But one of the things that we should be able to see on occasion, if we get a bigger quake, one of these cameras, we should be able to see it shaking if it's on Thorbjorn or underneath Thorbjorn. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, okay. I haven't seen that, but that's okay. Let's see if we can look at a couple of the other ones. Anyway, I'm going to put this one back on live. And we did see the northern lights here a few minutes ago, and they are up there. If you're looking, you can kind of see them up in the top. So we'll keep an eye out for them for later. And there you can see a little bit more of the greenish color up there. So a beautiful night there in Iceland. Anyway, next frame we wanted to show this real quick. That's our earthquake map. Actually, let's skip that one. We'll go to, where's my other stuff here? I gotta find it. This one didn't work. Okay. Anyway, that's the one. Oh, we can probably go about that a little bit differently. Let me fix that. And come on, you can do it, computer. Let's put that on live. And put it on live and get commercials. Yay! All right, so that's that one. We're looking from the Reykjanes Peninsula out by the lighthouse. We see the steam rising here. Something that actually we're going to go back and daytime right away here, but you see the lights of Grindavik and of course the radio communications towers. And you see off in the distance here, that is the Blue Lagoon and the power plant over there. The other power plant is just over to the left. Since they've moved that camera, we can't see it. Putting that back to, sometime during midday here. How far back did I go? About 6 hours and 8 minutes ago. So a new tower here. That's kind of odd. I don't know what that is. And it's a wonky donkey's drilling rig or something. Anyway, you can see Grindavik off in the distance, the Blue Lagoon, Thorbjorn, of course, up here, and a lot of steam being exhausted from the geyser here, as well as the front area where this other kind of loose rock is there, where we had more steam coming up. And basically what that's telling us is that there is more steam than the power plant can use, and we're seeing it just kind of flow out of there. That means, yep, there is magma under there heating things up, and that is what we got to do. Getting there. Oh, I hope Piggy's good. Yep, and yeah, that might be what's going on there, Mars 2028, and that darn wonky donkey driving around with that beast of a drilling rig, and we'll see what he's up to. Anyway, that was slightly earlier, a little bit of a different light appearance but still the same place. And of course, you see an airplane flying by, and everything else off in the distance, but no eruption of any kind. So let's put that one back on live, and we'll put that back. Let's see, is this the one I want? No, this is the other one I want, right here. We'll make that bigger, and of course this, it's easier to explain it when we're looking at a daytime view of it. Nothing showing there, but that's the power plant over on the left-hand side, and the highway, of course, coming through there and behind the hill, behind Thorbjorn, to the east of it. And the quakes that we were seeing yesterday, a lot of them were centered around this hill and on the side of it. So that's where a lot of the quakes were yesterday, in addition to the ones that were over on the other side. So pretty cool shot. Don't see anything strange happening. Did see some guys up there earlier messing with the cameras, but that's okay. We'll let them do that. I think they're allowed, especially when they're wearing those jackets saying that they're from some company there that does electronic work. Anyway, all cool. But yeah, just so we kind of see that stuff on the other side here, that is that hill. So if they did have an eruption here, it would likely flow out the other side, or maybe even somehow sneak in here and get across the highway. But I don't think from that point it would flow back towards Grindavik. It's a fairly heavy, or higher elevated ground, with the exception of a few places that they could easily berm up. So that's something that would be good if it erupted on that side, and the flow would go out that way, and they may have to do something here. But the worst scenario would be if the power plant area was affected, because that would definitely hurt the infrastructure. The Blue Lagoon, of course, is the other thing that is one of the major tourist attractions there. Break time in two, thanks, Piggy. Yeah, and you know, with the like I say, the Blue Lagoon, it's important that that stay operational, and hopefully, you know, for them it will. Let's get back to here. I gotta fix, is that this one? No, that's on the wrong one. That should be there. All right, I got that fixed up. Yeah, you know, the Reykjanes Peninsula is where majority of the tourism happens in Iceland, and hopefully, you know, things will be okay for them. You're buffering, Grandma B. It's the bit rates are within reason. Don't see why it should be buffering. And Tanto is also here. Welcome, Tanto. Anyway, I'm going to go for a break. Hey, I see Going South was here as well. Anyone else buffering? No. 5x5 here, Doc. Okay, cool, Henry. All right, I'm going to go for that break. We'll leave you on here for right now. Oh, hang on. Is Hermione in here? Hermione, are you here? Hermione. Has anyone seen Hermione? I don't recall seeing her when we came in. No buffering here. Okay. Anyone see Hermione come in? I didn't see her. I scrolled up, I looked. Yeah, oh, it was on Grandma B's end. Okay, no problem. Okay, well, I'm gonna go take a break, but I do have a cake loaded up for her when she does come in. Judy M also on board. Welcome, Judy. Okay, I'm gonna go take a break. So keep smiling, play nice in the Blue Lagoon while you're over there. Don't do anything bad in there, and enjoy the the healing properties of the Blue Lagoon. All right, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And thank you for the welcome back, saying welcome back, Daddy, from Piggy. And thank you, Sue and Henry and Layla and Albergirl and Tanto. Thank you, everyone. And yes, Hermione is here. Welcome, Hermione, and happy birthday to you. Thanks, Mars and King Colin and Nonstick Nick. Good to see you. Long time, and glad you're back. Anyway, it is Hermione's birthday. And, you know, when we have birthdays for our Lava family members, we try to celebrate them a little bit. And, of course, sometimes we do these things. So, happy birthday, Hermione. And we hope that you have many, many more with fun and pleasure and a nice time and everything else. So, happy birthday to you from all of us at the Lava family here. And glad that you're with us. We appreciate you. Now let the music play. Because I don't have any more mushy words, all right? So, and thank you, Piggy, for providing those two lovely cakes there. That was awesome of you. And I used to spell my name Nick. It's been a long time ago. No C. You lost your C. Oh no, there, Nick. That happens. Losing your C is terrible. Anyway, happy birthday, Hermione, and we hope that you enjoy your day and that it's been good so far. And hopefully you got some birthday cake, huh? And that would be good. We all lose our C as we age. Oh, Frosty, I notice you don't have one. All good. It was a lovely day. Awesome, Hermione, and glad to hear that. You know, that's the thing with when you have a birthday, you feel like having a day of kind of celebrating rather than a day of mishaps. Bad humor. Did you have something bad? Hopefully Sleepy Dormouse didn't see that. See what? Never mind. I see it there, Mars. All good. All right. That's just about over. So, again, like I said, a happy birthday to you, Hermione, from all of us. And we're glad that you're a part of our wonderful show. So, thanks for being here. All right. And, yeah. So we won't ask. I know you're 29 and holding. It's okay. It's allowed. Anyway, let's get back to our earthquake stuff. So we will carry on and see what else we got. Okay, so looking at the Rakens, we already kind of know that there's all kinds of different things happening there. Let's have a quick look at the earthquakes before we get into too much now. I think they had a report here. They were using the other map here. I'm going to go switch this real quick. There we go. So Reagan's Peninsula update, seismic activity drops significantly. And this is something that they brought up there. So after a peak in earthquakes yesterday, seismic activity decreased considerably after 5:30 p.m. local time. On the other hand, deformation continues as magma likely continues to accumulate. The volcano seismic crisis is therefore far from over. Okay, So in other words, it's not canceled. All right. According to the latest update from IMO, only about 900 quakes were detected in the past 12 hours, all under a magnitude 3, actively, after midnight, as many had been located at whatever that name is there, northeast of Thorbjorn. That's the hill and behind the hill that we looked at earlier, as well as west of El Vorpt. Is that like with the Virpt? I know I'm butchering those names. Sorry to the Icelandic people. IMO further writes that although seismicity has decreased considerably since yesterday, the development of earthquake magnitudes, numbers of earthquakes, and their location is comparable to the development of previously seen related to magma accumulation in the vicinity of Thorbjorn. So definitely something to take a look at. So the latest data shows that uplift continues in the area. We don't have anything from today, but the uplift is thought to be due to the magma accumulation northwest of Thorbjorn at 4 to 5 kilometers in depth. While that magma accumulation continues, increased seismicity in the area can be expected from increased stress on the crust. Rockfalls can occur following large earthquakes, so caution should be taken by steep slopes. And yeah, that's only common sense for the most part. But that's the other map that they're showing. The one I was no, that's not the one I was trying to get working yesterday. I did get that one working, didn't get the other one working. But yeah, so that's kind of what we were showing last night as well. And then of course they also had this same graph here showing the depth of the quakes. And you know, yesterday we had that very, very large area there that definitely did pop up, and of course a big decrease in there now. So that's kind of what we're seeing, and that should be okay. And hey, don't know, where is that? Indonesia. That's a nice shaped volcano. Surkure. I've never heard of that one, but that's cool. Nice shape. A perfect shaped cone. Yep, there you go. Anyway, that is what that report is, and I figured, well, we'll look at that and just go over it. So, in a nutshell, I think what they're saying is, yeah, it's slowed down as far as quakes, but you know what I'm thinking that they don't want to write there is we've had these larger quakes in there at those same depths to be able to bust some of that rock up. Now, if there's more layers in there that are being pressured and deformed slightly, we're probably going to see another couple of large quakes right in the vicinity of where the actual intrusion or volcano will pop up. So that's something to keep an eye on now. We'll see a couple more big quakes somewhere on the that area or vicinity, and that'll be a good indicator as to where we need to be looking, and we'll see. Is a very young volcano. You have to watch out for them. Oh, young. Oh, okay. Pressure building equals quakes resume. Pressure building will, while the pressure building won't show the quakes once the pressure reaches that certain point and busts through the rock, that's when we'll see the resumption of other quakes. But we're going to say, like, quakes aren't going to stop, okay? They're going to continue. One of the things that we do know about the previous eruptions in Frankenfjall is once the quakes did stop and the lava was flowing, you don't need a lot of big quakes to keep it going. It can be just what we refer to as volcanic tremor, and basically just watching the magma flow. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens. If we get enough pressure, yeah, we're going to see it boom. But I don't think we're going to get that. Otherwise, we would have seen more quakes already. I think this is going to be a slow start eruption. It's not going to start with a bang, unfortunately. We'll see some quakes ahead of time, and then we'll see, similar to what we've seen over at our wonderful Rebbe vent and the Kobe fissure when it opened up. When Iceland gets earthquakes over magnitude 5, we know that the volcano is ready to rock and roll. Yep, actually, if we see something popping over 5, you bet. I'm all in favor of that and totally in agreement. Now, actually, let's see if we go take a look at the earthquakes. Let me get back over to that map. And like I said, 146 is what's actually registered in the last 24 hours. So compared to what we had yesterday, hardly any quakes. We are way down in number. One of the things that I want to point out here, look at this whole area. Everything from Eyjafjallajökull, Jokul, Katla, Hekla, Bardabunga, and no quakes. Nothing in the middle here. And very, very few up in the northern area as well. So obviously something's going on. 1.64 up there, 10 kilometers down from 1144. And Astia has this little guy, 0.5, 18.5 kilometers down, really deep. 1843 is the time on that. And this is over, I think, close to Herdebreit, or very, in between Askia and Herdebreit. Or is it? No, well, there's Herdebreit. Okay, so, yeah, 0.89, 4.4 kilometers down, nothing unusual. And that is 1709 is the time on that. And then everything else starts once we get over here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. So I'm not going to go through all the other little quakes. The one in Fagradalsfjall is 8.6 kilometers down. It's only a 0.49, and that's from 1718, and that is just to the north of the Siggy Fissure. This is where Ragnar is. That's Siggy Fissure, and this is Rebbe over here. So we're not seeing anything really crazy there. Now, we do see this here, and this is a little concerning, but I'm not going to worry so much about that. When we look at the depths of these, they're quite a ways down. That's a 0.5, 5.1 kilometers down from 1648, 0.15, and that one is a little shallower, 2.4 clicks down for him from 1602. Then the 1.4, 5.6 kilometers down, 2032. We've got a 0.21, 3.4 kilometers down, and that's at 1600. Then there's a little guy in between there, 1.67, 5.5 kilometers down, 1600. 0.73, 3 kilometers down, that's a little shallower again, 1454. And if we zoom in, there's another 0.2 underneath there, 1019, a 0.2, 3.9 clicks down. This one is a 0.21, 3.4 clicks down, and that's from 1625. Next one, 5.7 kilometers down, a 0.2, and that's 1405. North of the radio tower area, that is from 1253, a 0.5, 5.4 kilometers down. And this 1.37, and that's 5.3 kilometers down. So if there is magma down at that depth, it's not in a hurry to get up, and we'll see what happens. That's from 1405 there. And another one, a little 0.1, 3.7 clicks down, and that's from 1309. And over here, a 0.3, 4.1 clicks down from 1458. So we see those ones really are at a depth that it's going to take them a long time to get up there. We're not seeing any quakes right here. This is the uplift area. Why? You know, that's what I want to know. Why are we not seeing the quakes? That is kind of weird. If there was magma, we would see at least little quakes like these ones, saying that there's something moving upward. Jeopardy theme, pressure bills. Okay, when Iceland gets, yeah, we got that part. Okay, we'll have to wait again. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait. Relay. Don Arnold, welcome. Aloha. Thanks for giving me the stickers. Oh yeah, we'll send you the bill. No worries. Oh good. And you're welcome, Don. Now the ones over here right around the Blue Lagoon and the power plant, and we'll take a look. 3.5 kilometers down for that 0.73 is 1629, and this is a 0.1. Now that's shallower. 1.1 clicks down, so that's 1100 meters, if you will. And that is from 1458. And we also have this one, 2.1 clicks down, a 0.07 from 1633, a 3.4 clicks down from 1021, and a 0.04, very small quakes, and that is a 2.8 kilometers down, and that's from 1605. Now, small quakes like this can be a sign of magma movement, so that's something to ponder, and we'll see. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. Now we got a bunch more quakes right in here, and we're just going to pick a few out just to go over them. We'll grab this a bigger one here, 2.19, 5.5 kilometers down, 1441. 0.47, 4.9 kilometers down, 1211, 1.09, 4.2 clicks down, 1305. This 0.7 down here, 5.3 clicks down, 1745. Some on top of the mountain, 1.05, and that is 4.9 kilometers down, 1232. A 0.36, 3.6 clicks down, 1717. Off of the northern end of that, 5.2 kilometers down from 1839 for him. And we'll grab that 0.96 as well, 4.6 clicks down, 1232. So gives you an idea of what's going on there. And over here, these ones really not that deep, but also not very shallow. They're still at that 5 kilometer mark. So if that magma chamber is indeed underneath there, then we're still seeing it in that area. Now they're thinking that it might be this way. Well, we'll see if, because we have the uplift over here. Right in this region. So this is where the uplift is. Has it moved, or is this the edge of the uplift and we're seeing cracking, and that's why there's nothing in between? And what I was thinking, we should be seeing the other side having quakes as well. So kind of odd. Now we also have a little bit of a swarm down here. This is kind of weird as well. Is there magma underneath there? 0.5 for 6.4 kilometers down, 1701. This is a 2.25, 6.3 clicks down from 1647, and this is a 2.33, 5.6 kilometers down from 1139, and another 2.24, 6.2 clicks down from 1139. So those are quite deep. If we got something else moving under there, that's not telling us a heck of a lot. Kim Raudenbush, welcome, and good to see you. And the bats, what's wrong with the bats? I like bats. No, I don't. 11:13 is the time on that 0.1, and 4.7 kilometers down. The other one is at 2.64, 4.5 kilometers down, 11:08. And again, they're not that shallow. So the quakes, we need shallower quakes to kind of say, hey, it looks like the magma is starting to rise, but we're still seeing it quite deep. So what do we do with it? And that is kind of it for that area. And when we're looking at some of the ones in the water here, 3.3, 5.6 clicks down, 1239, and that is about the biggest one that we see in the whole thing right now. 2.6, 5.4 kilometers down, 2022. 2, 5.2 clicks down, 1831. You know, gives you a little bit of an idea what the ones out here in the water are. This one is 2.3, and that's only 1.1 kilometer down. Is that a possible offshore eruption, maybe? If we can hope. And spare the town of Grindavik. 1807 is the time on that one. So very, very cool. All right, it is time for me to go take that break, ladies and gentlemen, before I get clawed to death. And we'll put it back on here for right now. Maybe I'll zoom in just a little more so you can see that better when we have it on the other map or the other screenshot. And there it is. And I will leave that one on for the duration of the break. And after the break, of course, we will go take a look at some bacon seeds. Yay! All right, for those good people who are here, if you are enjoying the show so far, I know we don't have any lava yet, but we'll hunt lava after the break, after bacon seeds. So we'll go from there. Anyway, keep smiling and be good and play nice and talk about where it's going to pop. That'd be really awesome. And here comes some music. And don't forget to hit the like button. Also, if you haven't subscribed, give that a quick mop as well. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Thanks. And there. Frog in my throat. Hang on. Okay. And welcome back, everyone. The microphone is back on, and glad to have you all on board. And thank you, John, and Mars, and Sue, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and Tanto, and Albergirl, and Kevin Haynes, and yep, I need a Pepsi. And I hear you, DrFox2000. There, that is good. Awesome job, Linda. Sorry, yeah, that Pepsi helped. And Sharon's singing is wonderful and delightful today. And plus the payment. I hope this is a passing thing for you, Kim. You know, as far as for both of you, that things will calm and things will get back to a normal life. It's a pile of hardships that sometimes you got to keep positive and try to get through them, is what I think the encouragement would be. I know it's no fun, but hey, you got to keep moving forward, Kim. Just keep that in mind, okay? And that is one of the things that I know. Life can be hard. Life can be full of negatives, and we need to dwell on the positive portions. So keep that in mind, please. Anyway, so we had a look at Iceland kind of in a way, but we didn't look at the harmonic tremor charts. We'll get to those in a while. It is bacon seed time, so let's have a look at that, and we'll go with that. Yeah, let's get to bacon seeds. And Piggy sent us some more wonderful bacon seeds, so she has sent, there she is. She sent a bunch of them. So let's have a look at what Piggy sent us. And here's the first one. And that guy looks like he's just enjoying some time out by the plants, I guess, from the looks of things. And that is an awesome shot. I like that little guy. Spot. Yep, he's a Spot. Spot the pig. A spot on his bopper. And here's our next one, and he kind of reminds me of I don't know, what do they call those ones that are in the jungle there? A meerkat or something. Kind of cool looking. I think that is neat. Anyway, next bacon seed is this guy. Now, this guy I think needs a hogwash. He has got a dirty snout, and he's been digging and rooting and stuff. Good camouflage, yep, you bet, Mars. And okay, let's see, who else popped in here? Kevin Haynes, no, we got, who's a Piggy saying hi to? We do see a Frosty username. I think I got everybody. Maybe I missed somebody, but that's okay. Anyway, next bacon seed is this one, and you know, talking about making a pig of yourself and the food. Right inside the food bowl. I guess that's the easiest way to get at the stuff when you can't make it happen otherwise. And let's see what we got for the next wonderful bacon seed. Adele is here. Welcome. And oh, here's a tiny one. Now that's just a handful. And that looks pretty cute. He looks like he's a real young one. Pretty awesome. Yep, busted. That's exactly what I figured on the other one. Anyway, cute stuff. Let's get to the next bacon seed. This is a little closer up. A little snout bopper, and looking right in the camera. Yep, I see you too, he says. All right, so that is awesome. And our next bacon seed. There's a whole bunch. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five on a blanket that looks just like them. There's your typical camouflage. and that is pretty awesome. Of course, the pigs are like chameleons, and they'll blend in with their background, right? No? Well, we tried. Anyway, they do look pretty good, and they got the right blanket. That is awesome. Dalmatians, yep, 5 cuties. Yep, they are. They look pretty good. These are obviously homegrown pigs. They get to stay inside. Next bacon seed is this one, and that one is out enjoying a little bit of a time in the grass. Out and about for a walk, always good, and that is cool. And we'll get on the next one. And what's this one say? I don't always eat everything. Just kidding. Oh, you know, that's one thing about a pig diet. They do eat just about anything. That'll be okay. What puts food trail down for John? Oh, yeah. Bacon bits. They're a piggy bacon bits. Oops, maybe not. Anyway, let's go to the next one. And what's this say? A mini pig is not a toy. A mini pig is a part of a family, not just another thing you can throw away when you get tired of it. And I have to agree. You know, the thing with whether you have a dog, a cat, or a pig, or a rabbit, whatever it is for your pet, they become part of your family, and they're not disposable. So you have to keep me. Yep, we won't throw you away, piggy, I promise. We definitely will keep you. So you're a good piggy. Anyway, that's our last one for today. And just I thought I'd leave that up, and that's all cool. And let's just pop over to our harmonic tremor charts, since we didn't really look at them. The one I'm most interested in, of course, is the Grindavik chart. So let's have a quick look at it. And I'm going to refresh that so we can see what it's doing. And yeah, we do have a lot of baseline tectonic movement down here in the bottom, but it is not moving quickly or hard or fast, not like what we were seeing yesterday. So things have quietened back down. We do see some spikes in here, obviously some quakes, but not anything like what we were seeing yesterday. So those are things that make you go, right? And Piggy, you get some sleep, all right, and take care of yourself. Okay, hugs to all. Good night, Piggy, and rest well. And I'll confirm the sending of the package tomorrow with you. I will likely get you a tracking number. So hang in there, Piggy. Keep smiling, and have nice thoughts and pleasant dreams, Piggy. All right, so Grindavik doing its thing. Quick look at the other end of the island, and that's Grimsey, which is its own little island. We do see an uptick in magmatic, seismicity staying the same, and tectonics are on the up, telling us that there is a little bit of movement, but it's not really heavy at all at this point. And there's no sense in looking at the other ones for our Frankenfeld, which is actually the ODF chart now. So we're not going to worry about that. I'm kind of curious. So is there anything at Askja that might be of interest? And Auslandsbunga, pretty much a flat line here. Slight increase in seismicity. And again, a pretty much flat line on the tectonic movement as well. So quiet there. Even though there are little spikes, we didn't see many quakes in that area. And the other one, Askia, well, that chart is still broken, or that sensor I should say, and we're not seeing anything there. Let's boogie down here, and I will just put this on the ODF chart for right now. And ODF actually does look very similar to what we're seeing in Grindavik. So, you know, there is still a chance of the magma movement. If it moves over enough, it could actually still come up in Fragadalfjall or in Geldingadarler, and that would be a pleasant surprise if it did that, but there's nothing indicating that. And right now it's a wait and see game, and again, we don't know if the eruption will occur, you know, the likelihood is yes, but we still have to take that chance to think that we may not get an eruption after all. So those are things to keep in mind, and I'm only trying to be realistic. I don't want to get fired again, but it is one of those things. We do have to keep that in mind, that that could be a possibility. We want Ragnar back. You bet. Mars, I'd love to see Ragnar produce a wonderful eruption. Now, the one thing that I haven't heard about is what kind of volume does the magma chamber have? And this is something that hasn't been presented anywhere. And I'm wondering if they're having problems being able to determine exactly where it's located. You know, they had the other shot there. Where's that thing? I can load it up here. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Where the heck did it go? That little map that I saved it just for this occasion. And of course, it's always that way. When you save something for an occasion, you don't ever find it again, except for I did. So, yeah, so when we're looking at that map, you know, right now we're seeing a majority of the quakes in the other areas there. I'm going to see if I can get my crayons working. And now that Piggy's gone, we'll have crayons. So right now we're seeing a lot of the quakes up in this area, right? And very little over here. But that is kind of the center place of where we've seen the uptick, and that would be in this area here as far as the elevated surface areas caused by the magma. So if that is the case, you know, why are we seeing the quakes over on this side? You know, that's the big question. And is it the calm before the storm? You know, we don't know. We really don't know. But that gives you a kind of a better idea. And these were the older, larger quakes that we had in there, what I refer to as rock busters. So, you know, if there was magma pressure and that pressure was trying to get out and through, well, these are places that magma could have pushed up and through. And I'm hoping that it hurries up, though, because what could happen is if we get a decrease in pressure in the magma chamber, it's what I've mentioned before, a full magma chamber would end up basically coating the top end of that magma chamber with fresh lava or magma, and once the pressure decreased, we would end up with gases up there, and the other material that was clinging to the top surface would end up starting to crystallize and create more rock as per se, and make it harder for the next time that pressure increases again. So it can be self-defeating in a way, and we're hoping that's not the case, right? We're hoping that this thing will pop sooner than later. and keeping fingers crossed and hoping that that is what's going to happen. Anyway, just I thought I'd share that viewpoint. And again, I'm not the expert here. I'm definitely enjoying doing this, and I'm still kind of going, what are we seeing? And asking a lot of questions. When are we going to see the magma? And why aren't we seeing the magma coming to shallower levels in the area where we've had most of the uplift? You would think that. And Linda says, okay, really lurking now. All right, Linda, no worries. You enjoy your lurking, and hopefully we'll be good here. All right, let's carry on to other fine places. And I want to move over to Popocatépetl and see what we got going on there. Mexico, of course. And we'll see if we can get that on the screen. Hopefully it's not being crazy or anything. Let's see if we can improve that picture a little. And there we go. Anyway, that is the current condition at Popocatépetl. That is about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. 15:24 or 3:24 p.m. their time right now. If we go back a little bit here, in time, we do see what appears to be billowing coming out of the volcano, and if we go back a little bit more, this definitely confirms it, as you can see that darker ash type material mixed in with the steamy clouds. So yeah, Popo has been busy today, puffing away, and there you can see some of that really dirty stuff. What? Iwo Jima erupted. Iwo Jima erupted, but there's no live cameras out there, Tom, unless you got a boat, or at least not that I know of. We did hear about that. We will kind of talk about that too. If we go back into the nighttime, 5:59 a.m. or just 6 a.m. Basically, that's what we were seeing at that point in time. If we go back a little bit further, you can see nighttime shots. We do have glow or lava up in the top caldera of Popocatépetl. So that's what we've got. And going back further, it put me in the wrong spot. Why did it put me back to live? Okay, all right, it's having trouble deciding where to go. Yeah, that lava actually wasn't in there all the time. If we go back all the way, we couldn't see it. So I wonder, that must have been a little bit of an eruption then. At the 3:21, we couldn't see that glow. But we go a little further and get to about 4 something, no, 3:59 or 3:58, and we do see the glow. So obviously something happened. Lava is flowing, the tunnels made by the Arctic version of Shehudlud, whoever that is. Okay, no worries. We'll let you get away with that, Kim. Anyway, that is Popocatépetl, central Mexico. Next one is this one here, which is buffering. Why? I don't know if we're going to see much. This, of course, is a Fuego in Guatemala. And remember, we had all the clouds and stormy stuff there yesterday. I'm just scanning through to see if I see anything at all. And no, they might as well not be streaming. It doesn't show a darn thing. So no Fuego today in Guatemala. This one is from 5:53 p.m. yesterday. Let's see if we can refresh one. And there we go. Masaya volcano in Nicaragua. A little bit better visibility there. We do see the plume going up fairly healthy like, and that is pretty cool. That's from 3:26 p.m. their time. And pretty good shot. And that again is Masaya in Nicaragua. And this is our Recon de la Vieja. in the clouds, in the jungle, and not visible. Darn it, I hate when that happens. Just about every time we go look at it, but I hate when that happens. Let's go to the next one. And I did have this one on from yesterday. I was looking at it. I'm going to refresh this, and we'll see what we had today and see if anything pops out. Well, and looks like Laguna del Mole is not showing up, and Villarica, well, yep, we got lots of clouds dancing, but no shots of the volcano whatsoever. Well, maybe one frame in there somewhere. I seen a little bit right in there. Let's see. Or did I? Yep, there was. We've seen it. Just the edge of it. One darn frame. I hate when that happens. Okay, let's leave that be. It is a time for me to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to put that back on Popocatépetl. And we will put you back here for right now to keep an eyeball on what could potentially be happening there in Iceland. And of course, this view is the Reykjanes Peninsula. The cameras are all located, well, the two on the left, sorry, are located on Thorbjorn. And the one is looking north at Svartsengi power plant on the bottom left side there. And of course, the glow of Reykjavik in the background over on the right-hand side. And you can see that quite clearly. Bottom right is, of course, the one out by the lighthouse, and we're looking back towards our wonderful Blue Lagoon and that area, so a wide shot. You can see the radio towers there for the Navy, as well as the lights of Grindavik on the right-hand side. And of course, the top one on the left, you can see a part of the Blue Lagoon there, as well as lights off in the distance and the potential eruption area. And we're hoping. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to go take a break. So don't go away. More show to come, you guys. We'll head over to Indonesia and those places shortly when we come back from the break, and see what else we got going on there. So more to come. For those who haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. On those friendly notes, take care, and I will be back. Play nice. I'm careful in the dark there when you're running around. It's dark out there, especially up on Thorbjorn. Here's some music. I'll be back. And there we go, that microphone is back on. And yeah, I was trying to spot that area that they said it might be the one that where it might erupt. Anyway, thank you for the welcome back from John Rayburn, Sue, and Albagirl, and Mars 2028, and Chanto, and hello to Honeydew, welcome back. And thanks King Colin and Henry and Rayola, late, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thanks Going South, and I think I got everyone. Okay, so yay, Alex France is here. Bonsoir, bonsoir, bonsoir. Good evening. Comment ça va, Alex France? I hope he answers. Yeah. We'll see. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy, for the welcome back, and that is all good. All right, so yeah, bien, et toi? Bien. Oh, bien, merci beaucoup. Okay, so let's just kind of recap what we're seeing here on this. Of course, we have the three different views here of slightly different areas, and of course the bottom right hand side is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula. We are looking back at the flashing radio towers over on the right hand side there with the lights of Grindavik. The light that you see in the middle of the screen, that is actually the Blue Lagoon and the power plant area, which you see over on the left hand bottom screen, and that is the power plant, of course, Shritzengi. And then we've got the Blue Lagoon showing as the camera is moving back and forth very slowly in the top left one. The Blue Lagoon on the right hand side there in the foreground, and then a car going by, checking things out, looking for an eruption. That might be Guten Tag right there, looking for an eruption. Who knows? The whole thing is puzzling me right now, okay, to be honest. Yeah, actually, Alex, you know, I'm thinking that as well. It is a little bit weird because we see where the swarm is and the lack of quakes in the uplifted area. And why are we seeing that? You know, are we seeing edge cracks or something on those other quakes? Is that what they are? Or are we going to finally see something within the next 24 hours? And I really don't know, and that I think should be a poll that we should put up, and let's start a poll. So will it erupt in the next 24 hours is the poll we want, and it's a simple one, so we'll start that poll, and we'll see what happens here in the future. So vote on it if you can, and that'll be pretty cool to see what you guys are thinking. And is this the calm before the storm? And we'll see what happens, and we'll go from there and have a look at it. Anyway, we did have a look over at our wonderful stuff in Central and South America. So let's pop over to our next place of fun and joy, and that is getting out to our wonderful Merapi in Central Java, Indonesia. And of course right now it's 4:43 a.m. there, and not looking that good. So let's see if we can back that up a bunch and see if we can see anything other than clouds. And so far we're not batting 100 here. No stream. Oh, and yeah, going back a little bit more here, we're trying to find out. We do see a little bit of lava flow on that one cam, but really nothing to write home about, and I have to wonder about that. I'm trying to straighten that picture out a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so not seeing a heck of a lot from Merapi, and getting all the way back into the daytime, you can see steam and smoke, and clouds, of course, but nothing of goodness of lava or anything like that. So let's put that back on live. We'll close that one down. Go to our next shot, and that is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And we're not going to see much of it either today, but we do have a view earlier. It didn't look too bad. There you can see it off in the distance. Still a lot of snow on it and stuff like that. The clouds were up a little higher, but we did have that system move in, so you can't see it up close, unfortunately. And that is what we've got going on there. Lots of snow on top, but a lot of areas already melted, as spring has sprung there in New Zealand, so that's all cool. Let's put that one back on live, and we will make that one smaller. Next one here, and hopefully we see a flea market with artesian fleas, and let's see if we can find that. Oh, what have I got loaded here? Screenshots. I got to get rid of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, and delete. All right, let's get those out of the way. And there's a wider shot. That's better. All right, so yep, fleas marketing, and yep, you can get your artesian fleas there. They have lots of people today swapping, trading, and buying fleas or selling fleas. So you can do all those things. Fleas and cheese, please. And that is awesome. Susie is here, and Chris Chaplin already. A Christmas eruption, maybe? Which of it's in the remote place, and then great, but not if somewhere where is say a town. Yeah. Kirst, I totally agree with you. I hate seeing people being displaced because of a natural catastrophe like that, but hey, you know, it's Mother Nature doesn't care about us humans. Anyway, a beautiful view of the caldera for Taupo, and that, of course, is the lake, the entirety of the lake. It is a supervolcano, for those who don't know, and hopefully it won't ever erupt. In the background here is where Mount Ruapehu is located. Unfortunately, hang on, over there. Now I see the mouse. I was going, hang on, I'm on the wrong screen. They can't see that. Back there is Ruapehu, and of course the caldera is, like I said, the entire lake. Lots of fleas being sold, so I hope they're getting their quality fleas. These are supposed to be specialty ones, artesian ones, as per our Grenzed. So all cool. All right, we'll leave that one be. We'll put that back on a smaller there, and that is all the fun and games we're going to have there. We're going to put that back on Merapi. Get over to the next one, and that is Semeru. And with the weather being bad at Merapi, Semeru is likely not going to be any better. They are, of course, on the same island and not that far away from each other. And Semeru, of course, located in East Java, whereas Merapi about 100 some kilometers to the west of that. So same kind of weather system, and that is what we've got going on there right now. Hang on, that is not right now. It should be darkish there. And morning. Okay, 4:48 a.m. You can just see it, and there it is, and just as the sun is starting to rise. And you do see the volcano, and you see that low-level cloud. I don't know if we were able to see anything earlier. I thought it was raining or a severe case of bug-itis when I was watching earlier, trying to figure out what the heck was going on there. And there it is. I think that's bugitis. They've got some bug problems, and that is a lot of bug movement. And wow, yeah, that kind of bugs me. I prefer to see real real volcanoes rather than bugs, but that's kind of neat to see that. Yep, bugs, and there's rain, and there's the occasional rain and bug collision that you will see in that shot too. It's those bigger sparks. Anyway, that is what we got going on, and let's see if we go back a bunch of time. Ooh, that looked like really heavy rain and a long rain. I hate long rain. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there. And prior to that, we had bugs at 1828. So that is our visibility, none. And let's leave that alone, and we'll make that one smaller. Going to check out and see if Lava TV Cabs has anything new on. And we'll take a look and see. November 3rd, streamed 1 day ago. I think we did look at that one already. Yep, we did, and that is okay. We'll leave that one be, and we'll go take a look over at Taal Meditations, see if they've got anything new up for Taal Volcano, and they don't. So we will go to Madame Rutza's, and let's see, I did have that loaded, darn it, so I should have left it on there. That is for the 4th, and there you can see, hang on, it's the 4th, it should be in the 5th for them already. Well, she hasn't gotten up yet, we're early, so that one is actually what we seen yesterday, but that is kind of the same thing as what we're seeing now, I'm assuming, and that would likely continue on with its off-gassing as we've seen. All right, let's leave that be. I'm going to put this back over here onto our Merapi, and we'll keep going. And let's take a look and see what we got over at Yellowstone, if we can find that. Oh, hang on, that's not Yellowstone. No, hang on, I'll find it. It's in here somewhere. That's Rakers, no. What the heck happened to Yellowstone? Okay, I guess we're not going to Yellowstone. I don't see it anywhere. It's done and disappeared on me. Somebody stole a Yellowstone. Yogi? Well, I think Yogi stole it. All right, yeah, we'll have to maybe see. Maybe I can get Yellowstone on the screen here if I click that link, and we'll try here anyway. Let's see if I can get to it. Copy and get that out of there, and go over back to where I thought it was supposed to be, and that should be on this one. All right, we're gonna do it. Yellowstone National Park. And there it is. Old Faithful coming in there for you. And we'll get that lined up a little better. Need to get my other screenshot here. Oop, I went too far. And yeah, that's Old Faithful for those who are curious. And looks like not that much snow or anything there yet. And we did have that one snowfall, but no more from the looks of things. So that is Yellowstone National Park. Of course, they have over 500 active geysers and multitudes of still cameras and maps and everything on this website. So if you haven't gone over, you might want to bop that subscribe button for that one. And let's leave that place, and we will go over to our next one, and that is in Japan. And somebody has to hop in the speedboat real quick. That ice cream boat is leaving right now. Sue, you want to get that boat going? And don't spare the horses, because he looks like he's booking it out of there pretty quick. Anyway, that is all awesome. Anyway, let me see if I can get back over to that Yellowstone thing. And I want to fix that one up for now. And put it back on that. Okay, got it. And there she goes with the ice cream boat, and she's got the ice cream already. That was a quick turnaround. Awesome, Sue. Anyway, that is Suwanoshi. No, not Suwanoshi-jima. Sakurajima. My bad. Hang on, let me get back on that one. Sakurajima doing its thing, and definitely off-gassing, so pretty heavy there. Let's see what the next shot looks like. This is a little bit closer to that caldera, and we see most of the off-gassing is blowing to the northern areas there, and that's kind of what we're seeing on this shot. And they do have it set that we can't go back on this one again, so I don't know why they do that. This is the close-up crater cam, as they call it, and that's what we've got. That one we can go back during the night, and I did want to go back a little bit. Don't really see too much. I don't know if that's just my eyes or just a faint glow of orange in there to see if that might have been some lava. But not really seeing anything else out of there. If we go back, we had a lot more cloud and haze and stuff, so very, very difficult to see. And yeah, again here it looks like there may be a slight glow of orange, and that we may have some lava, open lava sitting in that caldera. So definitely something to consider. That volcano is certainly not dead and doing its thing. So let's leave that one be. Next one on our list is ASO, and right now the weather is not that great there at ASO. We do see that heavy cloud coming through. If we go back this up a little bit, and I think I went a little too far. Let's go back to about here, just right at close to sunrise. We do see quite a bit of off-gassing right there. They must have had some more rain to put more water inside that caldera and allow it to steam off some more gases. So that is pretty awesome. But then that cloud came in and hid everything on us, so we're unable to see that. But this is, of course, alive. That is Sakurajima in Japan. Let's leave that one be. Going to make that smaller. Go to the next shot. And this is Asama. Asama, approximately 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo. And we are seeing a little bit of a plume right there, but again, very hazy conditions, so difficult to confirm that that is actually from the volcano. And again, we see about the same thing there. If we go back a little further, we're not seeing those heavy gaseous steam plumes that we've seen previously. So again, hard to tell. That's at 10 p.m. From yesterday their time. And this one, the gray in the background certainly is not helping us. And this one as well, that's from 19:25 or 7:25 p.m. There. And you know, it looks like there's a little bit of a shadow here every once in a while of some off-gassing, but nothing really factual. So that is what the live shot is, and we'll leave it as that. I'm going to put that one back to smaller, and I go back over here. Actually, this one is smaller too. Actually, this one we're good with it. Let's wrap that up. I'm going to put you back over to our wonderful. Well, actually, you know what? We need a little bit of lava too. We haven't looked at Hawaii yet, and we haven't had any lava here, so I'm gonna give you a break here with a canned lava. How about that? And we can watch that in the meantime. Let's get rid of that banner on there. There we go. So this break, yep, a canned lava. And now a quick look. I'm peeking at the poll. We've got 30 people voted, and the question was, will it erupt in the next 24 hours? And so far, 33% said yes, and 67% said no. No eruption. No big quake yet. Well, Yona, welcome. And once we get those big quakes, one or two of the big ones, and you'll know that we're going to have lava popping. Anyway, let's keep our fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. See what happens. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet bopped that like button, give it a quick snout bop, or push it with your finger or thumb or whatever device you want. And also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing. Help us grow our channel a little bit, and that'd be awesome too. And of course, we've got a bunch of people in here from Iceland as well, which is really nice. And Yona, of course, waiting and anticipating that big quake. And of course, Alex France also here, who is about a stone's throw away from Yona. And they're kind of neighbors in the same area. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's continue on. I'm going to go take that break. Here's some music. And don't go away. I'll be back in a bit. And there we go, that microphone's back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course we turned on the canned lava since we need a little bit of a lava fix, so I thought that was appropriate. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Mars and Tanto and Albergirl and Sue and me too, Sleepy Dormouse. Yep, I seen that about voting. That is okay, and you're entitled to that, absolutely. And John Raper, thank you. And King Colin and Brian and Hermione and Fluffy. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful welcome backs. And that is awesome. And let's continue on with the stuff we were doing. Well, I think actually what we can do right now is do the volcano report. Actually, no, let's not do the volcano report just yet. Let me pause that. Let's go to Hawaii for a minute and see what it's like right there. We missed Hawaii so far, and I'm wondering, there it is. And there we see, oh, we need to get that other thing off. There, well, we see our wonderful southwest vent. We don't see anything sprouting up top here anywhere off in the distance, no plumes. This, of course, the southwestern area, central area over here, Pig Island, the old lava pond, old west vent, and of course you can now see where the edge of Halemaumau was as the lava in here slowly sinks down a little bit more and settles, and smoke coming off in a lot of places, some steam, but nothing really to get us thinking we're going to see an eruption. Not yet anyway. Let's leave that one be. We'll go to the next shot. I'm going to refresh that just so we have today's shot rather than yesterday's. And there we go. We can see the edges. There are some steamers. There's our east side steamer. That's the one on the north. The north wall here, definitely still showing some steam activity coming out of it. And Pig Island from this angle, and what we refer to as the central vent there. And then you've got the old lava pond, west lava pond, and the west vent, and that depression where all that lava sank down during that last eruption, or right after that last eruption, actually. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we'll go to the next one. This is the B1 camera, refreshing that one as well. And yeah, we don't see very much steam coming from the edges of Halemaumau. We still see that on the back wall there, and don't see any plumes coming up unless there's a small one up there or something, but a very minimal activity. And of course you can see the nice clear blue skies and Mauna Loa in the background. So awesome. Quick look at the thermal, gonna refresh that one as well. And what happened to our thermal? That thermal is broken. We've got spots, ladies and gentlemen. We got hot spots. That's all that's showing right now. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little spots, and we don't see anything else on there. Okay, that's it, and the thermal is broken. I don't know what to do. All right, never mind. We'll just carry on. Let's put this actually back on the canned lava, and we'll do the volcano report, and then we'll switch back, or should we actually, well, maybe we'll do the volcano report on this one, so we can keep an eye on it, just in case something does erupt. I don't want to be the guy who didn't have his stream on when the eruption took place, so let's leave that on there. Here comes the volcano report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. And we have a few extra reports there that we shall look at afterwards, but let's look at the volcano report for today. It's not that long. So late Friday's volcanic activity, only 2 on the list. Klyashevskoye, Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Possible volcanic ash emissions continuing to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters. Reported at 1815. And Sheldon and the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, that has a separate report. We shall look at that soon. And Saturday's volcanic activity, we only had 8 on the list. So, hey, a little bit of a reprieve for me. That's better than having 14 or 15 continuously. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, volcanic ash emissions continue to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at midnight, and then again at 12:15 in the afternoon. A busy volcano. Dakono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Continuous volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 1 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect, reported at 2:15 a.m. And intermittent puffs to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 14:15. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2:30 this morning. And Klyushevskoy, Kamchatka Peninsula, again in there, volcanic ash not identifiable in satellite report at 5 a.m. And large volcanic ash area to 36,000 feet, or 11,000 meters, and that is reported at 11:45. Suwanoshijima in Japan erupted to 6,000 feet, or 1,800 meters, reported at 9:45 a.m. And then there's the Reykjanes volcano update, and we'll take a look. I think we kind of looked at that one already, so we don't need to worry about that. And Iwo Jima volcano in Japan, that was a separate report as well, so we get to have a look at that. Let's take a look at those reports and see what we can come up with. And let's pop over there while we're looking at this map, and we'll back that out just a little bit. And I want to note that we are down to 141 quakes in the last 24 hours, so definitely the brakes are on as far as the whole scenario there. So we did look at this Reykjanes report, and that was the thing we brought up yesterday there, this map, and just to take a look at it and see what it looked like. Anyway, we've gone through that, so we don't need to reiterate that. Next one here was Shishaldin. I had that loaded up. So Shishaldin volcano, it's a gas and water vapor emissions from Shishaldin volcano today. And that is a pretty heavy duty. That's a lot of emissions all of a sudden. Let's see what else we got. Here's the RSAM value show decreasing values of the tremor at Shishaldin volcano. And yeah, we'll likely see a flatlining pretty quick. Yep, that is not what we need. Let's get rid of that. So it says low-level ash emissions from the new eruption at the volcano are no longer detected. The AVO reported seismic recordings and infrasound data have depicted a decline in the activity. Color code remains at an orange, according to the AVO. So that is a pretty cool look there. And I did want to find that one for Iwo Jima. I think I missed loading that one. And where was it? I did see it here in my emails. Where are you, Iwo Jima? There it is. I found it. And there it is. So let's get it up on the screen here. And get rid of the commercials. And that should be okay. So, Iwo Jima. And yeah. That's a nice picture. And that's what glowing red lava fragments mixed with gnus emissions and the new cinder cone on the island. And there you go. It's forming an island, a brand new place. This island is called Foxy Jima. Foxy Jima is going to take a while to build. But for those good people who are interested, we are selling beachfront property soon. So if you haven't signed up for a new chunk of land yet, we are selling 1 acre plots They will have everything, including palm trees, in about 200 years. So go for it now. Did I hear Foxy Jima? Yes, you're correct, Frosty username. This is the new island of Foxy Jima, right beside Iwo Jima. And it's its own new island, okay? You heard it correctly. We are claiming that land since, yeah. No, not Frosty Jima. No, not Frosty Jima. No, this is a Foxy Jima. And that is what it's called, not a Frosty Jima. It's too far south to be frosty. And we don't need, we don't need a sub to go see that anymore. You're absolutely right. And that is a cool Frosty Jima. You're giving me the heebie-jeebies. Cold. Anyway, let's take a look. Here's another one, spewing ash and fresh incandescent material from the cinder cone. And that is an awesome shot. You can see those chunks of lava building my new island very quickly. And that is just incredible. So more land, we love it. And the nice part is, we'll even have a volcano on the island. How about that, sports fans? What more could a guy ask for? Anyway, that's the new cinder cone with a recently formed volcanic island called Foxy Jima. They forgot to break that part down. Anyway, there's some of those pumice rafts floating near Iwo Jima on November 3rd. And yeah, they look like big monsters, don't they? Never mind. Let's leave them alone. I'm sure they'll sink eventually. And this is something completely different, so we'll get rid of that. Let's take a look at what it says here. The explosive activity at the volcano, at the eruption site continues. The origin hydro. Sorry. It seems that the origin hydrovolcanic activity involving what is it? Extraneous water transition into conventional into the conventional. Only magmatic explosions as they occur mainly on the new island surface. Vigorous volcanian explosions continue to eject hot juvenile and plastic black-colored scoria fragments. While they look more red when I see them coming out of there, and form the new cinder cone by piling up or piling a new ejecta. Dark black, fine ash, and white steam emissions accompany the activity. The pumice rafts continue to be observed floating towards the other side of the island, indicating a small amount of lighter pumice present in the ash. This might represent a batch of fresh magma that drives the explosion. In other words, gas-laden material. Lots of bubbles in it, and that allows it to float. According to the JMA, the eruption site was affirmed at roughly the same location as happened in July and August, October and December last year. Over the past year, the volcanic activity at the volcano has caused the island to rise. Actually, some spots have risen more than 10 meters over the past 10 years. So Iwo Jima itself is rising, so that is pretty cool. But let's see, what are they calling that little island? They've got the name wrong. That's not correct. And that is Iwo Jima is the other island, the one that already exists. And the new little guy, they should have it in there, Foxy Jima. Anyway, yeah, the other one is 8 kilometers long, 4.5 wide, and stretching northeast to southwest. surrounded by deep cliffs under the sea, which belong to a 9 kilometer wide submarine caldera. Oh, okay. So it's a caldera within a caldera. Anyway, that is pretty cool stuff. So again, that is a nice shot. That's Iwo Jima, and I don't know what to think about it. Well, that's the island of Iwo Jima in the background there. This is the new island of Foxy Jima. And we're going to stick to that story. There you go. Let's leave that one be. So we figured we'd get that out of the way. And we'll get that. I like that plume from Sheldon as well, but we have to get rid of that. So I get rid of those. And we're going to put this one back on here. It is just about time for a break. We got a couple less quakes, 139 now for the last 24 hours. So we're losing quakes quickly, and nothing really new or big on the map. We see a big void in here with earthquakes, and I don't know what to think about that. And that is a little bit odd. And then, of course, I'm not able to kind of really comprehend where we're going to see an eruption if it does happen. If the uplift area was here, why have we got no more quakes? And you'd think that you'd see more quakes on the edges of all that uplift area, and I mean right on the edges. So where that map is, if we go, hang on, let's look at this here. When you take a look at around roughly that area, you'd think the quakes would be very close to it, including lots around that rim or perimeter, rather than over here on the other side, on the other side of the highway. So it kind of makes a guy go, See, and these ones on the opposite side of the highway, kind of, and down here. So I could understand the stuff here, but I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway, that was 5.3 clicks down for that 2.33. That's quite a ways down. Anyway, let's leave that be on there, and it is time for me to take another break. So what we will do is put you back on this one. We had lava on the last go, so I figure it will put us in our spy mode, and we'll see what happens. And there we go. We got the 3 screens going, or is that other one stuck too? I have to take a look there. No, that one is moving, and this one is also moving. Okay, so all 3 are doing their thing. All right, and let's see. I politely asked Apili to move the eruption east, so probably is in. So nobody is in danger. Awesome there. Oh, mummy of hamsters. Excellent. Anyway, our poll is getting up there, and we're seeing 47 votes so far. And the question, of course, was, will it erupt in the next 24 hours? We got 32% saying yes, and 68% saying no. And we'll see what happens in the future. It's beyond our call. It's Mother Nature that likes to do that. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop, as the moon is rising and time is running out, so give it a quick shot. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing and help us grow a little bit. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away, and here comes some music. Keep smiling, and if you see lava, yell. I'll be back. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Connie Tyree says, "Well, I'm really late to the party." Yeah, boy, you missed it, most of it, and yeah, you are late there, Connie, but that's okay. You're always welcome. You didn't miss much. We changed Old Mummy of Hamster's name to a Jamster, which is a lot easier to spell, a Jamster. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Tanto and Mars and Going South and John Raper and Sue and Hermione and Fluffy and Alma Girl and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart, with that smooth tone that time. Awesome. And thank you, everyone. I do appreciate the welcome backs. And Wonky Donkey, hey, aren't you supposed to be working? Why are you on here, Wonky Donkey? You're supposed to be working right now on drilling those holes. How come you're in here? Wonky Donkey, tell us. I guess you're not telling us. All right. Okay, I'm going to have to just not give you any more of those apples in the lava mobile and the drill. Anyway, let's continue on with what we were looking at. We seen those extra reports and everything. And it is actually time to go take a look and see what we got happening for earthquakes. And that's around the world, of course. So let's have a look at that. Get onto the earthquake map. Hang on, that's not an earthquake map. Let's double check that. Is that here? Yeah, that would be here. Let's go have a look. And we'll take a look and see what we've got. Zooming out, all right, let's have a peek at the worldwide earthquakes. And we'll start out here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We don't see anything, or the Kuril Islands. We do have some in the Aleutian Islands, though. And we see a 4.6 here near Attu Station, Alaska, from yesterday at 2134, 10 kilometers down. And then we've got two of them right here. And that's near Rat Island, and that's 4.0 for that guy from this morning at 3:12, 35 kilometers down. The other one's slightly smaller at 3.0 from a 212, and there we go, at 20.8 kilometers down. So that is there. We do have a little guy in here, 2.4, but I'm not going to worry about that. And if we zoom back out, we don't see anything bigger. This one might be, 3, and that was at 3:01 a.m., 75.6 kilometers down for that one. Not anything really major, so we'll carry on looking at the western coast of North America, getting down into Central America. First quake we get to is down by Guatemala, 4.2 from 8:03 this morning. And that is 54.9 kilometers down. And then we've got one here in Colombia, a 4.6 from 5 a.m. at 158.1 kilometers down. Sliding down a bit more. We don't see anything in Chile, but we do see this one out here at Easter Island region, a 4.8 from 1923 yesterday at 10 kilometers down. For that guy. And looking a little bit further, we don't see too much else, nothing new in our wonderful South Sandwich Islands. And moving along here, we have older quakes from yesterday, not going to worry about those. And nothing new in New Zealand, and it looks like the Kermadec Ridge is not bad till we get down to to the north to Tonga area. And that is a 4.6 from 11:43 at 215.2 kilometers down. The other one's considered Fiji. Oh, no, still in Tonga. My bad. Very close, though. Anyway, a 4.3 from 6:49 this morning, and 382.8 kilometers down. Usually those are around 500 plus kilometers in that area. That's actually kind of odd for that one. Looking at the next one's Banda C area. This is a 4.5, and they're calling it 183 kilometers west of Tual, Indonesia. And that is interesting, and that is 101.5 kilometers down from 3:59 this morning. We got a 4.5, and that is also in the Banda Sea. This whole region here is referred to as the Banda Sea. This is one of the deepest spots on the planet, and next to our very, very deep, what do they call it over here? The trench. For the lack of better words, but yeah, the Marianas Trench. This one here is quite deep, and it's an oddity, so that's kind of neat to see that. Anyway, 4.5 Indonesia from 1825, 138.9 kilometers down. The other one is that one they are calling the Banda Sea, and 4.5 from 1023. 226.3 kilometers down for that one. Nothing on Java, and nothing on Sumatra, nothing all the way up that whole line here, so we're good with that. Looking here, we do have this one, a 4.5 from Bitung, Indonesia, or close to it. 1818 was the time on it yesterday. 65.1 kilometers down. Zooming out a little bit, I want to get this one here in between the Philippines and Taiwan. It's a 4.4, 6:26 a.m., 11.3 kilometers down. And out here, Mariana Island region, a 5.0 from 3:38 this morning, 10 kilometers down for him. And again, nothing else going in Japan or the Coral Islands there. And looking at, let's see, zoom out for a second. Looking at Africa and that area, we don't see anything new. This is either Afghanistan or Tajikistan, and that is Tajikistan. 4.5, and that's from 1355, 10 kilometers down for him. And we don't see anything on the Arabian Plate or up here in the Aegean Sea for Piggy. And nothing new on the mid-Atlantic ridge either that I can see. Still the normal ones that we had spotted before. So that's what we got there for quakes. Let's take a look at Hawaiian quakes and see if there's anything really strange or different from yesterday. And I don't know, this may be yesterday's. It is from 1731, so I think we did report that one. 41.2 kilometers below sea level. Let's have a look at the rest of this. Remember our swarm up here? Well, no more quakes, with the exception of this one. 1.9 from 1626, 6.5 kilometers below sea level. Take 4 hours off to get the correct time, and that's will give you about 12:26, or just right after lunch for them for that quake. Now, looking over here first in the Pahala region, we do have some quakes, nothing out in the water today. And 1.9 from yesterday at 2030, 40.9 kilometers down. That's quite deep. This one is a 1.9 from 1909 yesterday, 34.5 kilometers down. A 2.2 from 9:53 this morning, 37.1 clicks down. 1.9 from 1:20 a.m., 35.4 clicks down. And another 1.9 from yesterday at 20:02, 30.5 kilometers down. And a bigger one over here, 3.0, right beside Pahala, and that is from 1853, 32 kilometers down for that guy. And moving over, we do see these shallower regions over here, and that's a 1.8 from 1150, and it's 1.3 kilometers below sea level. This other one is a 2.1 from 3:16 a.m., and that is 1.1 kilometers below sea level, so it still has quite a ways to get back up the hill. And as far as the Kilauea area, one quake way down here, 1.7, yesterday's 2357, 300 meters above sea level. In other words, I don't know how much meat would be left on top, but I'm assuming that it'd probably have another 300 or 400 meters before that was to the surface. Anyway, that's your quakes for Hawaii today, so that gives you a pretty good idea of what was going on, and really not that much. You know, I'm surprised that we don't see more with that little burp that we seen yesterday that created all these extra quakes here. So I would really like to see a little bit more action there in Hawaii. And we'll maybe see that in a day or 3 or 4. We'll see. And JB is here. Welcome, JB. And JSal is also on board. Welcome. Anyway, let's leave those that map be. I'm going to get ourselves over to our SO2 map. And of course, that is our wonderful windy.com that we use for that. And we'll get the air quality map showing here in a second. And yeah, you ain't gonna like what you see if you're in North America. And getting over there, looks like a lot of stuff has moved a little further south than I anticipated, almost down to Hawaii. Anyway, let's start out with the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see quite a bit of activity there, but nothing really serious and heavy duty in red, even from Klyushevskoy, that has been erupting on a regular basis. So going pretty easy, but you do see that remainder of still flowing out of that same region. So some of this, of course, is from Shcheldin, and some is from Klyushevskoy. And that is what we've got floating out here. And hopefully that will get into those rainstorms. We see a circulation right here. That's why we see it a little bit lighter in there. And hopefully we'll see some rain dropping in here as well, causing it to lighten up a whole bunch. But it looks like this whole area, if it follows suit, it'll be hitting anywhere from a northern end of California, possibly from about Sharon Stewart's house all the way up along the coastline here. So yeah, that's roughly over there, right? Halfway through California. Anyway, that will move east, and of course we will require lots of rain to get that out of the atmosphere, and that's maybe going to take a little bit. I don't understand about felines except the exotic ones. Exotic SO2 in atmosphere, JB. SO2, what's the big red glob lurking over the Pacific? That is an alien invasion force, JB, and they are going to invade North America. I'm kidding. That's the SO2. The red areas are very, very high levels of SO2 gases that were emitted from this guy here, right there. Okay, that's a Shcheldin volcano. Shcheldin, right there. Okay, and let's go over there just to make sure. Zombie SO2. Yeah, it's a zombie SO2. And where's Klyushevskoy? Should be here. Is that? Yeah, that's it right there, Klyushevskoy. So, yeah, so it's coming from that one and the other one. This one down here would be Bezimiani. I think if I have the right spot. Klyushi. That's the local. Yep, and that is Klyushevskoy. Anyway, that's where most of that came from. And this one here is which one? Chevrolet. So there you go. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of where it's traveled and what we're seeing. So definitely the alien invasion force. It looks like Alaska, Northwest Territories, and the Yukon have a fair amount of SO2 in them, and not so much over here, none of it. We are seeing that British Columbia has a fair amount of SO2, and so does Alberta. Already seeing Edmonton at 23.88, those are higher levels. Not as bad in Saskatchewan or Manitoba or Ontario. Those levels will increase though as that material moves to the east. And we see the panhandle here again, not overly bad. A little bit in Quebec, nothing really crazy. Labrador looks pretty clean, and looks like we've got a reasonable amount there in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and PEI. Looking at the eastern seaboard, we see from, I guess, northern portions of Kentucky and then Louisiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, getting in through New York and those places. High levels there for those guys. Getting further south, like for Grandma B's house in North Carolina, not quite as heavy, a little bit better levels. Same thing with most of the other southeastern states. The western states, or central western states, look clean till you get over here to Oregon. And Oregon and Washington are getting it. The other areas are all pretty normal there. And Mexico City and Popocatépetl, of course, are creating that plume. And there's another storm circulation here, so hopefully it's going to rain there and get rid of whatever they're sending. And we do see the, as I mentioned before, bilateral directions here of the SO2 gases, and we do see that going all the way across to Florida. Looking at the patterns going here into the Pacific, we see our Central American ones are doing their thing. And Nevado del Ruiz has got a different wind current here, and a lot of that is now heading across Venezuela, and that is a little uncommon. Usually it comes out here into the Pacific as well. And Ecuador is doing its thing. Who's in Ecuador? Sangay, and who's the other one? Not Nevado del Ruiz, Reventador. In Ecuador, yeah. And then getting down here in the bottom end of Peru, we have Sabancaya doing its thing. It looks like it's picking up the pace a little bit. And looking at the rest of Chile, pretty normal down on the bottom end, which is actually central Chile, and will end up being Villarrica, and that's likely creating that plume. Not seeing too bad conditions there in Rio de Janeiro or Sao Paulo. Quick peek out here, we can see the South Sandwich Islands. We see a little bit of a plume coming off there of South Sandwich Island volcano. And again, we have a mystery thing here. Now, we had an eruption, or sorry, a quake at Easter Island, and I'm wondering if that might be part of it. Or do we have another seamound giving us some SO2? Very interesting things happening there. White Isle volcano north of New Zealand, still doing its thing. The oil refinery here being drawn in to the storm center, so that is what's happening there, as well as up here north of Sydney where the coking plants are. Hopefully that'll give them a little bit of rain. They could probably use that. And we still have our off-gassing happening in Tonga, as well as Yasur down in Vanuatu here, and Gawa and Aoba, not as heavy today. Also not as heavy from Papua New Guinea. Luotalak looks like it's a little bit easier, and we're still seeing fair amounts from Semeru. I'm not sure how much is coming from Merapi, but it looks like it is not as heavy as yesterday. And I'm going to say probably most of this is from our wonderful Krakatau that is creating a lot of that plume. Looks like Jakarta is a lot lower level today. So yeah, the closer we get over there, the higher the levels. But we know there's a heavy populace there, so that is very possible. And then of course we have Dempo also helping out to possibly produce some SO2 there. And Marapi and Currency not doing a heck of a lot. But they are still off-gassing, and then we got the Cinnabon over here doing its thing, and of course our normal stuff in Singapore and Kuala Lumpur and those places, just doing what they need to do. Moving over into the area here, looking at Halmahera Island, Ibu and Dakono doing their thing. They keep on doing it. And going over here, seeing this is on Luzon Island in the Philippines, and that is Taal volcano. You can definitely see a huge SO2 plume from it as it continues to do its thing. There's Taal volcano, and of course you got Manila right in here, and we see a lot of that SO2 there as well, plus the extra population. Taiwan, of course, has very heavy SO2 with its industrial stuff. Suwanoshi-jima down here, it's got a little bit of a plume. Then we get up to Sakurajima, and not that bad today. And then we see Aso. Yesterday was mean and bad, and today again. And we see that going up to the northwest this time. And now let's have a look at Tokyo. We see it there. Not so bad in Tokyo, and we see a very distinctive plume coming out of Asama here, and that is about 100 kilometers, I guess. We got northwest of Tokyo, so pretty cool to see that, and we'll leave the rest of them here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Is not so heavy, so we'll leave that alone. Shanghai, not as bad today. Hong Kong, so-so. And looking at India, eastern portions of India quite heavy. And that is what we normally see there. Nothing from our wonderful Piton de la Fournaise on Reunion Island. And then, of course, and we're seeing the heavy gold smelting plants still continuing to produce SO2 in South Africa. And then we've got the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nyamurangere and Nyiragongo doing their thing. And we get over here to Ethiopia. We see Erta Ale would be in this area. A little bit of SO2 there. And then, of course, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran, although I don't see too many heavy spots in Iran today. That is the SO2 for that area from the oil plants that are there, oil refineries. Same thing with Lebanon, and I don't know why that level is high. Usually it's Cairo that's a little higher. I know there's some oil refineries out there as well, but I will leave that. And our wonderful Piggy has got clean air today. And her SO2 level 1.7, that is really, really good. So way down from what it used to be, and I hope she's breathing good today. And of course we see up here in northern Turkey, northwest Turkey, we see a little bit higher levels. That's their industrial area there, so that's what we're seeing. And then this long plume going all the way over there, that is coming from this wonderful volcano called Mount Etna. You might have heard of it. That is in Sicily, and there's Mount Etna. And the Stromboli doing its thing too, and that is very, very cool. And then, of course, the other area that we always kind of peek at, and I don't say much, but I peek at this area quite a bit. And this is Campi Flegrei area, and of course that is a very, very large volcano. And Charlotte actually sent me an interesting article on that, and I was doing some reading, and yeah, the people there are somewhat nervous, but they don't know what to do. Hopefully nothing will happen and everything will subside there. The rest of Europe, as far as SO2 levels, is not so bad till you get out here in Poland, Lithuania, and of course the stuff that we normally see in Romania and Serbia, the higher levels for the industrial stuff they've got there. Looking at Iceland, not seeing a darn thing yet. I hope that we see big plumes coming out of there. We'll see what happens. Anyway, that is our SO2 report for today. So again, the big blob here, that is from two different volcanoes. That is from Shishaldin as well as Klyushevskoy. And that is something that we'll see, I guess they call it the giant spaghetti monster or something, as it goes and heads for North America. And we'll leave that be. Let's put this back on to the live cams, and we'll see what we've got there. Oh, I have to change something. We'll put that one over there like that. Have that big moon thing in there. And I think all my screens are live, and there we go. So I'm going to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, let's before the break, let's just take a look. We had that poll up, and I'm going to end the poll. It's been an hour, and we'll see what the official results are, and then I will go for a break. So there is our poll results. Will it erupt in the next 24 hours? And we're talking about the Reykjanes Peninsula there. And 66% said no, and 33% said yes. And we had 62 votes in there. So, yep, we'll see what happens. And thank you for that 100 likes. Glad to see that number back up over 100. That is awesome, guys. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, give it a bump, and help us out. I'm going to take a break, 5, 6, or 7 minutes. We'll come back and we'll take a look at the worldwide storms and cloud formations, that kind of thing, and find the hot spots and the cold spots on the planet, and then we'll wrap up for the day. So don't go away, more to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I'll be back shortly. Thanks. And there we go. We got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and of course, you're seeing the Reykjanes Peninsula as we are anticipating a volcano eruption, and we're anticipating, and more anticipating, and tapping our toes, wondering when it's going to finally do its thing. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and John Raper and Gura. Thank you. And JB also. And welcome back on the mic, Sunday Doc. Well, it's a nice Sunday. Is it Sunday there? That is awesome. And still Saturday here for another 6 hours and, I don't know, about 42 minutes or something. Roughly, give or take a couple of seconds. And thank you, oh mummy of hamsters. Hang on, no, thank you, Jamster, for the welcome back. That is awesome and really cool. So I like that name, Jamster. That'd be cool, eh? And that is very squeaky of you there, oh mummy of hamsters. Jamster. That's a hamster dancing around and jiving to the music. That's a jamster. All right, let's go over to our next thing that we wanted to do, and that is have a look at our storms around the planet and things like that. So let's get over to the weather map, since we got rid of our SO2 map. And let's have a look. And just in general, seeing this one here, still plugging away, Pilar or Pilar, whatever they're calling that one. We do see the other circulation just right here off the coast, sitting just very close to Acapulco and that, so likely some bad weather for those guys. And here in Central America, we had that low sitting here. It's moved in and snugged up to the backside of Panama, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua. And that is where it's sitting, creating all kinds of clouds, making things difficult for us to be able to see. And while we're here, let's hunt for hot temperatures. I see a 35 already there. I seen a 36 in here. Where is it? It was in here, 36 for a second. But a 35 for sure there in Mexico. What about down here? Ooh, we had some 37s. I seen there's a 36, 37 degrees. Mexico is a cooking. So, yep, and we're starting to see some of that heat down there. Awesome. 37 degrees. What about right in here? Looks very hot there too. 36, 37 right there as well. So a really cool, or warm I should say, and Mazatlan coming in at about 29, Puerto Vallarta 27, Guadalajara sitting at 27 as well, Mexico City nowhere near that, and that is all good. Mexico City sitting at about 22, 23 right now, so pleasant day there. Anyway, looking further for hot spots here, nothing really crazy in South America. Normal temperatures, we do see 30s over here, 30, 31 over in the eastern side of Brazil, and some warmer spots in Argentina again, so it is warming up there as well. Don't see too many other storms. We have this big circulation off the coast of, I guess it would be, Brazil for the most part, but Uruguay as well, we do see that. And Uruguay isn't too warm either. We see Paysandú at 18, and we got 10 to 12 degrees here near the coastline, so hopefully they'll warm up a little bit, get some of that other heat in there. We see some nasty lows out here that could create some storms. Huge high right there, and seeing another high sitting over Tasmania and the Melbourne area. That's going to keep that heat in there. We are seeing about 28 to 30 degrees in Fiji, and looking at what we've got here in the outback, and they haven't warmed up all the way yet, but it's still early in the morning. 33 degrees, it looks like the highest temperature right now. and give them a couple more hours, they'll warm up a little bit more. 32, 31 over there. So that is what we've got, and yeah, give it a time. Don't see too many other storms. We do have this massive circulation over Europe, and that is causing problems for everyone, I guess. Yeah, dog walkers and kings and all kinds of things. Anyway, we see it sitting just about on top of England, and partially on Holland and Belgium and France. So big storm sitting there, and that is messing with all that area. Iceland looks like it's starting to get a real fast flow from up north, so the temperatures will likely be dropping a little bit for that region. Anyway, quick peek at the satellite view, just to get an idea of cloud emissions and so on. And here we see some clouds. Don't know how much of that has got rain in it, but certainly hope that there's lots, so it'll wash out some of that SO2 out of the air. Also looking at Alberta and Saskatchewan's got some very heavy clouds. Same thing with I guess about 2/3 up here into California and northward, and also looks like Idaho and portions of Montana, and of course Oregon and Washington, a very heavy cloud work as well. Eastern side of the US, nowhere near as bad, and they should be okay there, and we see that it looks fairly nice. Once we get over to the northern portions here, though, we see some spotted clouds there in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland. And then, of course, looks like Quebec may have a fair amount of cloud in it as well. Davis Strait looks really heavy as far as stuff is concerned. And then, of course, you see that cloud over Iceland, and that is not so good for them. Looking for other things here, that storm, Pilar, whatever it is, it's right there. Not actually seeing as much cloud in here as I thought we would, from that low circulating there just off of Costa Rica, but we do have a lot of activity there at that Pilar. Hawaii, quick peek, there it is, and not too bad as far as they do have some clouds coming in, but hey, they're not bad for the most part. And looking in our Indonesian area, actually New Zealand first, not as bad as yesterday. They'll start seeing broken and scattered clouds. Looks like the east coast of Australia's got some cloud happening, in the south end here as well, down by Melbourne and those areas. And of course, looks like we've got something here. Not sure what that's all about. And rabbit tar, yummy. What? Rabbit tar? Brie, rabbit, and black tar. Huh? I don't approve of black tar on rabbits. Anyway, looking at the Malaysian, Indonesian, and Philippine areas, nothing too severe. We do see circulation here in the Sea of Japan, and of course that is bringing some cloud into Tokyo and those areas. And of course, going up here, Kamchatka Peninsula, lots of clouds. We have a couple of lows up here circulating, so the weather in the western portions of the Bering Sea would be pretty bad, and as well here. I got to figure out what the name of this sea is here. I'll have a look at it later. Anyway, not seeing anything in the Bay of Bengal. It's really not that bad down there. And that is about it for there. Let's pop it back on temperatures. And we already found our hottest stuff. That's 37 degrees in Mexico. Let's see what we've got in the Antarctic. And let's see if we can find something that is not going to get me beat today. That Sue has been relentless for the last couple of days here, whooping me with second degree kind of nailings, I guess, for the lack of better words. She's hurt me big time. Anyway, so far only seeing 65 degrees below zero there in Celsius. Oh, I've seen a 66. And let's see if we can find anything else. There's a high up there. And there's another high there. They've got the tropical temperatures for those guys. Yeah, it looks like, let's zoom in here and just see. 64, 65 right there. I don't see anything warmer or colder, I mean. So I'll go back down to where that low is. And that was over here somewhere that we've seen those other attempts. 64, 65, right in that region. There's 67 on the screen, folks. And we have a 67, so I know I'm not going to get beat. Let's see if I can see a 68 here. Maybe I'll get lucky. Come on, 68. And we are looking for it. Now I can't even find the 67. 66. Let's see. We had there's a 67. And do we have a 68? Come on. I gotta beat Sue. And where's a 68? Please. Oh no! Oh, I found it. 68 degrees Celsius. Minus a 68. Minus a 68 degrees Celsius. I'm no longer being beat. There. I have it on the screen. And that's it. I win. I win. I win. And finally, back on my streak of good luck here. 68 degrees Celsius below zero. That is horrible. And yep, Sue, you get a first-degree beating today. All fun. And there we go. Oh no, I'm being beaten. Yeah, you've been beaten. And that is all cool. Anyway, that is all a little bit of fun, and we always enjoy that. Let's put this back on the other stream here, and I probably got to get things moving again. Likely I had some go off on me while I was doing that, so is that one moving? Yeah, they're all moving, so we should be okay. Yep. All right, being beaten, Sue. Yeah, stop being beating Sue. Yeah, well, hey, she beat me with a second-degree beatings yesterday and the day before, JB. It's time for payback. So, no matter what. Anyway, that is wrapping it up, ladies and gentlemen. So, interesting stream today. Not what we wanted, though. I was hoping to be fruitful and see lava, fresh lava. But we don't have any of that, unfortunately. And it is disappointing and heartbreaking that we don't have an eruption there. But as I did, mention before, we've had multiple of these intrusions and multiple areas being elevated. Hey, there's some northern lights in there. That's actually kind of neat on that shot. Anyway, the area being elevated with some uplift. And the problem is we're just not, we never had an eruption there, and we're not seeing it right now. And there's people, of course, guessing, saying, oh, it's going to erupt here or there. And yeah, it could erupt here or there. Or it could all just stop, or it could just pop like crazy, and we could have 2 or 3 volcanoes pop in. Again, we're uncertain. There's a big uncertainty as to how big that magma chamber is. Nobody's mentioned that yet. Also, we don't know how large everything would be underneath there, if it is in fact 3 different areas or 1, or what we're going to see. So keeping our eyes on it, and as volcano observers, we kind of like to just watch this, and hopefully we'll be able to catch the eruption as it happens. Anyway, I'm going to be leaving this on for a couple of hours here, and we'll let it run actually an hour and a half. So that'll bring it to about 7 p.m. my time, in case it happens. Also, just want to reiterate, if it does erupt afterwards, and I'm happen to be watching, I will certainly go live right away. So we want to see it if it does happen. So that is something that we need to do. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here today. It's been a nice Saturday stream, and I like seeing that 108 likes on my studio board here. So that is really, really awesome. I want to say a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and Yvonne Kunkel and CND Boy and Siggy and Gary at 24/7 Live, EZ Skies. Thank you, moderators, and there is a bunch more there that weren't mentioned, so thank you all for being here. Big thank you to our wonderful guests, the ones in the Lurkers Lounge as well as in the chat. Thank you everyone for being here. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate your support. Speaking of support, we only had one new membership today. No super chats at all, so that's okay, and we will keep going. So be good everyone, take care of yourselves. Remember, tomorrow is a Sunday, and we will have another wonderful that's right too. We do want to have a moment of silence for our wonderful people in Nepal who have lost. Thanks for reminding me there, Mars. And let's see if we can do that, just to get that in there, and just do that for a minute, just to throw that in. So please, take a moment and consider the losses and what's happened there. And we hope that those people that have lost their loved ones and so on will continue on with life and have a forward-moving and positive experience. I know it's always difficult to lose loved ones. So take that moment of silence and thank you. Thank you, everyone. Anyway, time to wrap it up. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves most of all, and always take care of your loved ones. And as I always end the show with the same words, and whether you're in Nepal, whether you're in Indonesia, whether you're in Holland, or whether you're in California, please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and this is a VolcanoX live stream. We'll see you guys all tomorrow. Take care, good night, stay safe, and oink oink!
Thank